All right, good morning and welcome to the regular meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is April 12th, 2023. It is 10:07 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll for purposes of a quorum.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Present.
Vice Chairman Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Dana Barrett. Commissioner Natalie Hall.
Present.
Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are grateful for this day, for your grace and for your mercy. We pray now your peace and your power upon your people. Give now our leaders your direction and your wisdom. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance. All right, just a brief comment regarding decorum in the chamber. Probably the last meeting was not our finest hour, but I remind all of us to be respectful of each other and the words that we use, and also for the public to be mindful of words that they use, and to remind you also that placards and outbursts are not permitted in the chamber. And I would respectfully ask that you honor this personal request. All right, Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 230215, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters are listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, Commissioner Barrett has requested to move some items from consent agenda for separate consideration. They are the community development items starting on page 5.
Page 5.
Page 5. 230222, request approval of an amendment to the Fulton County's 2022 Annual Action Plan.
No, just say on the number.
230223, 230224, 230225, 230226, and on page 6, 230227.
That's it?
Yes.
All right, anything, Commissioners, on the consent agenda? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended. Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have 2 items that need to be added to today's regular meeting agenda. The first item was an item that was held on March 15th, 2023, and it is time sensitive. 230201, Senior Services. Request approval to increase spending authority in an amount not to exceed $1,800,000 to provide transportation services, ride sharing for eligible Fulton County residents aged 60 and above.
All right, motion to approve the addition of that item on today's agenda. Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. I appreciate your favorable vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Second item to be added, 230259, presentation and discussion regarding how Fulton County should respond to Wellstar closures and address the public health emergency, sponsored by Chairman Pitts. This item is to be heard after public comment.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Again, I'd appreciate your favorable vote. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. On page 8, regular meeting agenda, 230239, adoption of the regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have an amendment to today's regular meeting agenda. We're removing 3 proclamations on page 8, item 230241. Proclamations recognizing Abel Mabel Thomas Appreciation Day, Chandra Curley Appreciation Day, and World Autism Month. These proclamations will be moved to a later meeting.
Okay. Anything else?
No.
All right, anything, commissioners? All right, motion to approve the agenda as amended. Motion by Vice Chair Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230240, ratification of minutes, regular meeting minutes, March 1st, recess meeting post-agenda minutes, March 15th, special call meeting post-agenda minutes, March 15th, 2023.
A motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne. It's seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230241, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Community Development Week, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Mr. Wilson, you got any other, is this your team right here? All right, come on down, everybody. And good morning. Oh, yes. You want to spread out? Hey, Jonathan.
I know that's right.
Come on in. Is that everybody? All right. Stan Wilson, you came in here blazing. Oh, yes. Just doing an outstanding job, and you already had an outstanding department of people. So, to come in and do the work that you've done, you had great people behind you. So it is an honor to present this proclamation, and it reads, whereas the Community Development Block Grant Program has operated since 1974 to provide local governments with the resources required to primarily meet the needs of low and moderate income citizens. And whereas the Community Development Block Grant Program is among the few remaining federal programs available to address the needs of low and moderate income persons in small cities. And whereas the Community Development Block Grant Program has provided the state of Georgia with important and flexible assistance to meet the needs of low and moderate income residents of small cities by funding sewer, water, and street improvement projects, economic development projects, and other public improvement projects. And whereas Congress and the nation acknowledge the critical value of the Community Development Block Grant Program and the significant projects that rely on its funds for support. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes and supports the Community Development Block Grant Program for the positive impact its resources are making in our local communities, and does hereby proclaim the week of April 10th through the 14th, 2023 as Community Development Week in Fulton County, Georgia.
Good morning. I just have a few comments I want to make. First of all, as we celebrate National Community Development Week, I do want to thank the Board of Commissioners for their tremendous support of the Department of Community Development. Also the County Manager and Dr. Rochelle as well. And I do have a great team, as you can see here. Yes. We have a range of services that we provide, and I'm just going to talk about some of them. Youth services, we do mentoring, we do job training programs. We have a community services program where we provide direct services working with over 150 nonprofit groups. Also, too, we provide homeless assistance, rent and utility assistance, home repair, down payment assistance, park, public facility, and infrastructure improvements as well. And we do veteran services, and there is so much more as they can attest to. But none of this would be possible, obviously, without my great team. From the time that I joined Fulton County, they've been tremendous, and they've been a huge support. And lastly, we have to thank our nonprofit and municipal partners for all of the assistance that they provide and the direct service as well. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing National Reentry Month, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
All right. Hey, what I doing? Do we need to even it out? She said, just a few on this side. All right. All right. Well, of course, I would be presenting this proclamation to the Sheriff's Department. You guys are outstanding. And for National Reentry Month, reentry is very important to me. Second chances for offenders is truly something that is important to me, and making sure that people know that when they make a mistake, that they have an opportunity to correct that and still have a successful life. So this proclamation reads, whereas individuals returning from prison and those who have paid their debt after committing a crime face significant barriers, also known as collateral consequences, which causes them to struggle to find housing, employment, education, voting rights, and pay for significant debt that arises as a result of their conviction and incarceration. And whereas these barriers can contribute to recidivism, which increases victimization and decreases public safety, and the stigma and legal barriers associated with a criminal record, which often results in lost human capital and lost economic output for the United States. And whereas Fulton County Sheriff's Office Reentry Task Force provides information and tools to improve the jail to community reentry process and has helped to reduce the recidivism rate and associated costs, and assist individuals in jail with educational, vocational, and job placement services to facilitate reentry into the community. And whereas reentry breaks the cycle of criminal recidivism and increases public safety, rebuilds ties between offenders and their families, both while the offenders are incarcerated and after reentry into the community, and promotes stable families and communities. And whereas reentry initiatives have improved system performance by increasing coordination and information sharing among Fulton County's criminal justice agencies and community-based organizations, which reduces the duplication of efforts and enhances the impact of existing resources that results in lower costs across the criminal justice system. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners supports increasing public awareness about the need for closure of those who have paid their debt, encourage opportunities for individuals, employers, congregations, and communities to extend second chances, and does hereby proclaim the month of April as National Reentry Month in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations.
On behalf of Sheriff Labat, good morning, first of all. I'm proud to be standing here to honor the hard work done by our agency to put programs in place that help those placed in our care reenter society with valuable skills. This is a team effort, from securing the grants to establishing the programs. From start to finish, we are dedicated to removing barriers and providing support and opportunities to those who strive to rebuild their lives after incarceration. National Reentry Month provides the opportunity to raise awareness about those barriers and the stigma that surrounds those formerly incarcerated. The rehabilitation and reintegration work being done provides key tools to detainees after they leave our care. This ultimately leads to reduction in crime and recidivism. Thank you for this honor.
The next proclamation is recognizing National Fair Housing Month, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
There you go. Come on. Please join us, Stan. I just want to echo what Commissioner Hall said. You came in blazing. Whereas the Fair Housing Act, enacted on April 11, 1968, enshrined into federal law the goal of eliminating racial segregation and ending housing discrimination in the United States, and whereas the Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination in housing based on race, color, religion, sex, familial status, national origin, and disability, and commits recipients of federal funding to affirmatively further fair housing in their communities. And whereas Fulton County is committed to the mission and intent of Congress to provide fair and equal housing opportunities for all, and whereas our social fabric, the economy, health and environment, and strengthen in diverse, inclusive communities, and whereas more than 50 years after the passage of the Fair Housing Act, discrimination persists, and many communities remain segregated. And whereas acts of housing discrimination and barriers to equal housing opportunity are repugnant to a common sense of decency and fairness. Therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners is committed to fair housing and promoting appropriate activities by private and public entities to provide and advocate for equal housing opportunities for all residents and prospective residents, and does hereby proclaim the month of April as National Fair Housing Month in Fulton County, Georgia. Stan, I know you want to say a few words. Get the mic.
The Fair Housing Act is 55 years old, and it's just as relevant today as it was when it was enacted. Fair housing benefits everyone because everyone should have access to housing, lending, and insurance services, and every community should be a community of opportunity. In October of 2022, this Board of Commissioners approved the contract with Metro Fair Housing, an organization that's been committed to fair housing for over 30 years. This contract gives Fulton County constituents access to resources to file fair housing complaints, address landlord-tenant issues, receive case management, and other housing-related services. The Department of Community Development is thankful for the opportunity to recognize the significance of the Fair Housing Act.
The last proclamation is recognizing Public Safety 911 Telecommunications Week, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Good morning, good morning. Can we get a few on the left, to the left of me? We want to get everybody recognized in these pictures. Thank you for your patience. I wanted to make sure that all of these individuals, this is so crucial that we recognize these individuals, whereas public safety E911 communication officers are part of the critical infrastructure of the public safety framework and professional first responders who are selfless individuals that make life-saving, split-second decisions on a daily basis in order to provide response to emergencies. And whereas public safety communication officers deal with stressful situations each and every day, sometimes involving life and death, and they handle such situations with compassion, empathy, professionalism, despite many of these calls having a traumatic effect on communications officers. And whereas Fulton County Public Safety 911 communication officers are put through extensive background checks, including polygraph and psychological screenings, and must complete 1 week of peace officer standards trainings as communications officers, 1 week of emergency medical dispatch and cardiopulmonary resuscitation training, and Georgia Crime Information Center and National Crime Information Center training. And whereas public safety E911 communication officers complete 10 to 12 weeks of extensive interdepartmental classroom training with an additional 3 months of on-the-job training with a certified training officer, and they are required to complete 24 hours of continued dispatch educationally and annually. But I also want to add, they are not allowed to have a bad day. And I appreciate what they do. They are unsung heroes that protect all the community from one end of the county to the other. And I want them to know the entire board, this was the entire board proclamation, and we are very proud of them. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognize public safety 911 communication officers as first responders in Fulton County and shall be treated as such in all policy decisions of the Board of Commissioners regarding first responders to the extent allowed by the applicable federal and state law, and does hereby proclaim the week of April 9th through the 15th, 2023 as Public Safety E911 Communications Officers Week in Fulton County, Georgia.
Good morning. First of all, I want to thank the Board of Commissioners for having us this morning. We really appreciate the recognition. So there's a national push across the country and the nation to recognize 911 personnel and telecommunicators as first responders. And they really are. They're the first ones that receive the call. They make sure that they process that call adequately, timely, and they also make sure that police, fire, and EMS respond to that right location. And that's the key, is making sure that the help gets where it needs to be very quickly and as fast as we can. So I want to thank my crew, my team. They're excellent. The command staff that oversees this division is exceptional. And I can assure you that Fulton County is very lucky to have our bold and courageous 911 operators. So I do appreciate that. I want to say thank you to them. I also want to say thank you to Mr. Dick Anderson and Mr. Alton Adams for their support, and we appreciate it. Standing before you today is our brand new class. So our class just started last week, and they are in the midst of their training, and they will go through a rigorous training process, and they will be released, I think, sometime in June. And we look forward to them hitting the floor and serving the public as best they can in Fulton County. And again, appreciate your listening and thank you for your support.
All right, Madam Clerk, actually, before we do that, let me remind Commissioners that, immediately follow, actually 15 minutes after the conclusion of this meeting, we'll have a special call meeting, which will be a work session. So I want to try to keep us on schedule. We did great so far with respect to the proclamations. One other thing, let me recognize State Representative Esther Panich, where is she? Here she is. She just came by to say hello, doesn't want anything, but thank you for being with us today. Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk,
I wanted to take a point of personal privilege before.
you have the floor.
A friend of mine asked if I'd read a letter that she sent to me yesterday, that I would read it aloud. It's from Dr. Alveda King. Dear Commissioner Thorne, it was good to see you at the dinner to commemorate World Peace Revival. Thank you for your heartfelt efforts on behalf of the people you serve. As you read the proclamation, my heart was touched as I remembered the days when my grandfather, Reverend Martin Luther King Sr., worked so closely with elected officials and city leaders during his lifetime, in the midst of a tumultuous city embroiled in racial strife. Together, their efforts to bring about an environment of communication, repentance, forgiveness, and reconciliation caused Atlanta to be known as the city too busy to hate. As they laid a foundation that needs to be remembered and strengthened today. My uncle, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., once said, "We must learn to live together as brothers and sisters, or perish together as fools." He understood the scripture, Acts 17:26. Of one blood, God made all people to live together on the earth. As the one blood human race, we must get past the racial dissension that can easily divide us. My parents, Reverend A.D. King and Mrs. Naomi King, taught me well that the process of human reconciliation must always include repentance, forgiveness, and positive communication. Having served as a Georgia State representative for the House District 28 for 2 terms from 1978 to 1983, and twice as a presidential appointee, I have experienced many days of remembering and practicing the lessons learned from my parents, grandparents, and uncle. It is truly written that love covers a multitude of sins. We must all count the cost when we lay down our lives in service to others. Commissioner, again, thank you for your commitment to human dignity. Please be encouraged as you continue your journey of service. My prayers and prayers of many who join me are for your success, and indeed the success of the whole commission, that you will successfully communicate and build bridges of reconciliation on behalf of those you serve. God bless Dr. Alveda King, concerned citizen.
All right, Madam Clerk.
On page 9,
All right.
on page 9, public hearings, 230242, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority to public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board will start with the speakers. Here in Assembly Hall, we have received 13 speaker cards. Will the first 7 speakers please come down? Sharon Fulmer, Julie Adams, Susan Ortiz Villalobos, Jeff Delamario, Mike Russell, Brian Dunn, and Sarah Pedro.
All right, now speakers, as always, when you have 15 seconds remaining, up to 2 minutes, I'll simply say 15 seconds at your key to conclude your remarks. There are 14, we have 30 minutes for public comment for those in the auditorium today. There are 14, that's about 28 minutes. It is 10:42. You have the floor, ma'am.
My name is Sharon Fulmer. I am a resident of Fulton County. I just want to start by telling you that I know I've got 2 minutes to make my point, so I'm going to ask you to listen very, very carefully to what I have to say. I was so excited when I read your resumes. Commissioners, they're outstanding. They spoke of people who are exceptional. I was excited because I thought, okay, now we're going to have some commissioners that might actually take the reputation of Fulton County, which is the lowest in the pit of all of 159 counties. It might actually change it. It might actually turn it around. And then I heard the unbelievable meeting on March 15th. Do you realize the damage that you did? Do you realize how you took everything that was racial and made it the center of that meeting? Do you realize that your temper tantrums actually cost your constituents? You took racial relations backwards. You used your elected office and our tax dollars to create a platform for your own racial bias. Because of that bias, you didn't even hear what Commissioner Thorne said. Because actually what she was suggesting
15 seconds.
is that the litigation would take away from the opportunity to move forward for your hospitals in South Fulton. So I'm going to ask you again, do you realize the damage you did? And Commissioner Pitts.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker. Next speaker. Next speaker, Miss. Thank you. Next speaker. Now, just a minute. I see a placard. I've reminded you that there are no placards in the Assembly Hall. I'd respectfully ask you to put it down. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julie Adams. I'm a Sandy Springs, Fulton County resident. Commissioner Pitts, I want to thank you for mentioning last meeting and the lack of decorum. I was just appalled by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman and your behavior towards a fellow commissioner. I believe you said that she was not suited to sit on the commission. That is just insulting to everyone. Your comments were just unbelievable. And I do believe, I agree with the first speaker that you put Fulton County way behind now. I think it's an embarrassment to Fulton County. Commissioner Arrington weighed in as well, which was horrible and just disgusting to watch. It was just unbelievable. And as the first speaker said, Commissioner Thorne made very good points. And I don't think, bringing the DOJ and the IRS down on Wellstar is something that should be taken lightly. And I do think that it would hurt Fulton County. What I think hurt worse was Commissioner Pitts not stopping this lack of decorum that just was above and beyond. I believe that our county manager, Dick Anderson, should have stopped it as well. And I just think that you're just making Fulton County a disgrace. And I want to say two things about Commissioner Thorne that I know well. She is one of the smartest, most thoughtful, kind people
15 seconds.
I have ever met. And in public or in private, she would never say anything racist or mean about any of you. Thank you.
Good morning, public servants. My name is Susan Ortiz Viajos, and I just wanted to say a couple of weeks ago, a commissioner on this board honored a woman during the proclamations, a woman who did not let the fact that she was born with no arms stop her from living life to the fullest. Growing up, she was told, if God didn't give you arms, he must have thought you don't need them. And now this very same commissioner who brought this wonderfully inspiring woman before us is bullying another woman on this board because God made her with a skin pigmentation a little lighter than her own. But maybe it isn't about skin color at all, because another commissioner with the same light skin tone said she's not bullied. So maybe it is purely political. If you agree with the issues and ideology of the majority, then you're okay. If not, the easiest card to play without having to reason with one another is the race card with highly charged emotions that tries to shut everyone up, including the gavel of the chairman, the very gavel that comes down easily when a little clapping occurs by citizens who agree with the public comment. And of course, we're all subjected to another emotionally charged, absent commissioner with unprofessional name-calling. All this emotional rhetoric against a commissioner who found out the reason behind a decision made by Wellstar. She merely presented her findings. One cannot reason with two very unprofessional members on this board.
15 seconds.
It seems Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream, in which he said, I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. This dream has become a nightmare in Fulton County.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Della Majora, and I am a Fulton County resident, and I thank you for your service. And like so many others that have spoken before me, when I was watching the live stream last month, I had to rewind it and go back and look at it. I was like, did these professionals just speak to each other this way, like petulant children? And I couldn't believe it. And all I kept thinking about is all the challenges that are ahead of us and how much we have to work together and calling each other names. And it's just not acceptable. And for where I sit, I've been an Atlanta resident for a long time, most of my life. I've been hearing about the hemorrhaging of money of these 2 healthcare facilities pretty much my entire existence. And from where I sit, we can sue them, we can tie it up in courts, we can spend gobs of money and get nothing done. But this probably could have been addressed in years past and administrations past. I thank you for your time.
My name is Mike Russell, and I'm a Fulton County resident. What transpired on the 15th of March was appalling. It was a repugnant, personal, racist attack against a member of this body. It was a hate-filled diatribe. And make no mistake about it, it was hate speech. And hate speech like that has no place in America. But particularly in this city, in this county, the home, the cradle of the nonviolent civil rights movement. We pride ourselves on the statement that we judge people by the content of their character and not the color of their skin. And those racist, outrageous remarks were all about skin color, not about the facts, because Commissioner Thorne only repeated the facts. And I think there's 2 reasons why the response was so violent and full of vitriol. When you can't compete in the arena of ideas, people resort to name-calling like a petulant child, and that's exactly what happened on the 15th of March. And the second reason I believe that happened is because she exposed the truth, that the reason Wellstar is closing is not because of race or redlining, it's because of poor governance, because you did not do what you should have to prevent that hospital from closing or finding a replacement. And so I believe that those who engaged in that racist diatribe owe the commissioner an apology, they owe her family an apology, and they owe the residents of this county an apology for failing to do their job and denigrating the memory of all those who have suffered
15
sacrificed
seconds.
for this county and for this state and for this nation to make this a peaceful and unified community. This is not the end. This is the beginning until those apologies are made.
Good morning, I'm Brian. I'm a Fulton County resident. Some may not agree, but being elected officials on the Board of Commissioners is a privilege for those of you who serve. Your duty and responsibility to all people is to all people in Fulton County, many of whom pay considerable taxes from their earnings to support your objectives and salaries. We expect all of you, at the very least, to set an example and not represent Fulton County as a place where adults resort to personal attacks with unfolded accusations and derisive name-calling. Last month, a member of this commission laughed at Commissioner Thorne, saying she didn't understand an issue due to her white privilege. Then another commissioner chimed in with racist and derogatory term when he insultingly asked her, "Do you know what a Karen is?" It is incomprehensible that people who truly feel privileged to do and say whatever they want to accuse others of coming from privilege. It's hypocritically says, "The rules are for thee, but not for me." Perhaps even worse, no one on the dais spoke up to remind these commissioners that their behavior was unacceptable. I was taught that all races and all people should be treated with dignity, kindness, and respect. Ancient wisdom tells us to treat others the way you would like to be treated. Bridget has been nothing but polite and respectful to all of you. Attacking anyone in this manner exposes who you really are, your own bias and entitlement. Entitlement is not a racial issue, it's a personal one, regardless of age, race, gender, or creed. Where the people and words were reversed, it would all be over the media, and Bridget would be attacked from every
15
group
seconds.
that cries racist and other divisive terminologies. I would have more respect for these two commissioners if they had the grace to publicly apologize in the same manner that they so publicly degraded and insulted another member of this commission. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sarah Pedro, and I'm a Fulton County resident. And first, I want to thank Commissioner for actually being here as of what happened last meeting. I'm disappointed that another one chose not to be here and listen to the comments. This taken from Paul's letter to the Ephesians. Let no corrupting talk come out of your mouth, but only such as is good for building up, as fits the occasion, that gives grace to those who hear it. This is a verse my 9-year-old has memorized and quotes often. He gets it, and he's 9. As a mom, I have a responsibility to teach my children the importance of words, character, and kindness. Watching 2 adult elected commissioners tear into a fellow commissioner like what took place at the March 15th meeting was truly a life lesson for my children regarding how not to treat people. Once again, Fulton County makes the headlines, and not in a good way. Contrary to what our schools are teaching, I would like to address the concept of white privilege, a completely false and made-up idea to make black children feel that being born black is somehow detrimental to their potential future success, implying that they can never overcome the fact that they were born black, and that being born black is somehow a bad thing. That's shameful and false. Most of us do have some kind of privilege, it's true. The privilege of living in a country that values individual freedoms and opportunities to end up better than we started. Some of us have 2-parent home privilege. We were born in a home with 2 parents.
15 seconds.
Others have supportive, stable family privilege. But the best privilege of all is the privilege to live life set free from the bondage of sin through the sacrifice of God's only Son on the cross. This privilege, Christ's privilege, is available to all with a heart willing to receive it.
Next 6 speakers in Assembly Hall: Matt Rowanzak, Kevin Muldowney, Mara Guido, Candy Muldowney, Ginger Bradshaw, and Robbie Cobain.
Good morning, Commissioners. Matt Rowanzak, Fulton County resident. So we may have heard before over the years, right, that a child that comes from an abusive household or a parent is at an increased risk of doing the same to their children. I believe the same can also be true for those that witness mistreatment or injustice. And we have to be careful not to commit the same mistakes that we are so quick to point out and accuse others of doing. Commissioner Abdu Rahman, I read your bio on the Fulton County website, and it talks about how you witnessed your mother being a fighter during the civil rights era, including your mother being arrested in an Atlanta school board meeting. What I find so ironic and shocking is that your behavior in last month's meeting appears to be the very thing that your mother fought against. Judging someone based upon the color of their skin and treating them differently because of it. You list your name, well, it was supposed to happen this morning as a sponsor for the proclamation recognizing the World Peace Revival, which is a movement based on prayer, kindness, and unity. Your behavior last month was none of that. As they say, actions speak louder than words, and you can put your name next to 100 proclamations, but all that means nothing when you yourself commit such heinous behavior. You know what that reminds me of? Another lousy politician. And people are tired of politicians. They want people to represent them and act accordingly.
15 seconds.
And Mr. Arrington isn't even here. It seems like every time there's an issue that pertains to him, he's not present. Fulton County residents deserve better. Thank you.
Hi, Kevin Muldowney, Fulton County resident. To dress down a fellow commissioner with racist remarks of white privilege shows intellectual laziness, ignorance, and a complete lack of decorum. The commissioners involved need to publicly apologize for this outrageous and very public display. Not only did you come down on one of your peers, you publicly embarrassed the county. A video clip showing the abuse was posted on Rumble, and it quickly racked up 18,000 views. For a commissioners' meeting, I would say that fits the definition of viral. If the shoe were on the other foot and you were called out for the color of your skin, you all would have freaked out and had someone arrested for harassment. If this happens in corporate America, it would have caused a huge HR problem. I didn't think you guys would have stooped this low.
Maria Gaudio, Fulton County resident. When I witnessed the verbal abuse that Commissioner Thorne had to take, I was just so shocked at this pre-adolescent mentality that was coming through to a panel that just seems just so far above all that. So I went to the website and I'm like, who are these people? And I'm looking at Commissioner Khadija, a business owner, and community advocate. Well, I went to the Secretary of State's website, and I seen that you've never owned a business. There is no company that you've ever owned. I went to the business license. There's no business license under your name or your previous name, Beverly Jackson. That wasn't there either. There was a LLC with this Jakar I see here, but that's under, it looks like your son's name. And I thought, well, I'm a mom. I would never take one of my son's accolades. That's their property. I would never say that's my own. Furthermore, it says here, pursuing a Juris Doctorate degree at Florida Coastal School of Law. I don't know how that could be. That school is in Jacksonville, and it closed 2 years ago. And when you go on the website to see if anybody is an alumni from the Atlanta area, it gives 93 names, none of which is yours. You've never been a student or a graduate of that school. So I don't see how this could be included in your resume. You know, it's unfortunate that Mr.
15
Arrington
seconds.
isn't here because this shows complete cowardice. And if anybody has had privilege, it's when Big Daddy calls Emory University and says, please let my son in this school. I know his marks are low, but I'll help him get through school. And where is he?
My name is Candy Muldowney, and I live in Fulton County. Last month's meeting was hard to watch. Seeing two commissioners verbally lash out at another commissioner, while others sat by without acknowledging the inappropriate behavior. Fulton County already gets enough national bad press. This only makes it worse. I noticed there have been thousands of views online of last month's meeting. That makes me sad to live in Fulton County, but also glad that people are seeing it to call it out. Every single one of you on this board is privileged to be elected and asked to represent your constituents. We expect you to work together, respect each other, and work for the common good. Please do better.
Hi, my name is Ginger Bradshaw. I'm a Fulton County, Sandy Springs resident, and I would like to thank Chairman Pitts for his opening remarks concerning meeting decorum. But what I'm here to say is I would like for each commissioner to look, I mean, we can all look nice and smell good, but inside our heart is in turmoil. I would like to encourage each one of you. Each commissioner has merit. You're here for a reason. Each one has good ideas. Some ideas maybe not so good. But one thing I've learned when I speak with someone who disagrees with me, if we really get down to the issues, a lot of times we're just not that far apart. We maybe have a different way of coming about it. So I would encourage you to talk with each other with respect, to look at each other and try to take something positive from what they've had to say, to try to get behind, as Dr. Dobson used to say, get behind the eyes of the child to see what they really mean, what their intention really is. Well, I'm saying get behind the eyes of the commissioner. We have a huge county. We know that. It's very diverse. What one area needs may not be what another area needs. But look to each other for the good in each other, for the good ideas that you have with each other, and just treat each other with respect. Do unto others as you would have someone do unto you. Thank you.
Robbie Caban, Fulton County. I came here to speak about animal control again. I've been emailing you for 6 months. You received 6 whistleblower statements, all executed by former Fulton County employees, and you, in my opinion, have failed to act. I live on the south side. I've lived there since 2008. I saw all the proclamations. I want to thank these people from the north side for coming, because I have seen the same homeless people for a decade. I've seen the same people struggling for a decade. So if all those proclamations that you did and all those photo ops worked, I wouldn't be seeing the same people struggling. And it is an excellent point that Bridget Thorne has raised on why Wellstar has left. And it is a privilege that Marvin Arrington III, who's a legacy politician and accepted a government check, can't even sit here to listen to his constituency. Honestly, I'm so disappointed. I received a phone call from a member of this board and an employee who has oversight of animal control, who told me not to use words like corruption, who sent you all an email saying don't include me on legal matters, when 6 whistleblowers who are former Fulton County employees legally signed documents and told you what was happening, told you an independent audit was needed because there's abuse in our animal control and dangerous conditions. And I don't have more than 2 minutes here today, but the next time an attorney calls me, like the last time that the little kids were mauled to death on our streets due to loose animals, due to a failing vendor that's not compliant, that costs us $5 million a year, that we've paid $10 million. The dogs are not gonna walk in here and talk about abuse, but I tell you what, next
15 seconds.
Next time they call me, those attorneys, I'm giving them every email, every photo, every video that I've sent to all of you. Because either you knew or you should have known, and since the good Commissioner Arrington isn't here, he's a lawyer of 26 years, he can tell you that. And I hope they take every dime from you. Call for the audit.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have 7 speakers on Zoom and
All
3
right.
emailed in comments.
How many?
7.
All right, we have 7 more minutes, so that'll be 30 minutes. 7 more minutes.
The first person to speak is Lucia Frazier.
7.
Good morning, Lucia Frazier, Fulton County resident. I'm very disappointed in March 15th meeting. Commissioner Abdurrahman, Commissioner Arrington, I'm just so disappointed in your conduct. I was really hoping that we could all work together. Maybe we can moving forward. Commissioner Hall, I'm disappointed that you did not kind of jump in and help and didn't provide any colorless data to back up your problem with the hospital situation. And Commissioner Barrett, you're new and didn't do a deep dive into the topic and still jumped on the disgraceful conduct wagon. I would have thought you guys have been in public forum long enough to discern between emotional response and data-driven response. It's been years long past the time to stop using skin color as an impediment to anything. It only takes one generation to go from poor to wealthy in the US. I have many examples of such people in my life, and they come in all colors. We have many programs that people of all colors have access to get a leg up on opportunities to increase their wealth. If people are struggling, it's not because of their skin color. If people are wealthy, it's not because of their skin color. The problem could be that some of our programs are not designed to help people become independent. Instead, they put people in a position to depend on government. Or the program could be great, but some people just don't have the motivation to become independent. Those require spiritual help. Thank you.
The next person to speak is Jason Frazier.
Hello, this is Jason Frazier. I just want to express my disappointment with Kadisha and Marv and their racism that was exhibited at the last meeting. Also, Dana Barrett supporting their racism. Mr. Pitts for not hitting the gavel. That's his job. He's got that gavel. He loves to hit it when people clap in the audience, but will not hit it when people are racist on the board. We need to stop this hate speech. Even Dick Anderson claiming that it was simply political. I'm sorry, Dick. It's not political. It is hate speech. It is nothing more, nothing less. This hate speech needs to stop. At least try to do better. Come on, guys.
The next person to speak is Ben Howard. Ben Howard.
Thank you. Greetings, one and all. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. Once upon a time, during Older Americans Month, the call went out. From the 4 multi-purpose facilities and from the neighborhood senior centers and from the QLS complexes, seniors arose and came to Fulton County Assembly Hall. Some came on canes, some bent but unbowed. They filled Assembly Hall to capacity, and then some dared to go to the microphone to speak truth to power. Few will remember what seniors said those days, but there's a right now story that needs to be told right now about senior citizens' needs and travails and circumstances. But do not expect that story to be told by senior services management. They are organizing events that are diminutive and tepid and filled with fluff. The Commission on Elder Affairs meets tomorrow, Thursday, April 13th. As the Elder Affairs Commission revitalizes and the seniors coalesce and shake off the shackles that silence them, the valiant will hearken to the theme of Older America's Month and the search, aging unbound, supportive, independent, engaged.
The next person to speak is Irma Terry. Irma Terry. With that said, that concludes the Zoom comments.
We got 2 more minutes. Anybody else?
We have 3 emailed in comments.
Well, let's summarize them quickly. We got 2 minutes.
The first email comment is from Linda Adams. My comment is on transportation for seniors. Trans-day transportation is undependable, not accountable. Several accidents with seniors who attend New Horizons Senior Center. I have shared my concerns several times of the safety of these buses. Within the last 2 to 3 months or more, a senior was involved in an accident on the bus. The lift equipment is not working properly most of the time. The seniors are being picked up 2 to 3 hours later than scheduled times, arriving at the center at noon. Something needs to be done. The next comment is by Alvin Bailey. My neighbors and I have been trying to get our portion of Blanton Avenue paved for at least 5 years now, if not more. I am a senior citizen and have limited mobility, as well as other of my neighbors. In fact, one of them has to use a wheelchair. On Thursday of last week, a car got stuck in one of the trenches and had to call a tow truck to get his car out. We have been told over and over that Blanton Avenue would be paved. Also, we were told that while Butner Road was resurfaced, that Blanton Avenue would be paved. That didn't happen. We are asking again for Blanton Avenue to be paved. These are not potholes. And the last comment is by Selena Cheek. Crime repeatedly car break-ins just recently on April 6, 2023. Multiple cars were broken into, including mine. I spoke to the leasing agent of Ashley College Town Apartments. She stated that she released the footage to the Atlanta Police Department that said it was early in the a.m. between 1 and 6 a.m. This is an ongoing problem in this historic neighborhood. This concludes the email comments.
Thank you very much. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Next item is the add-on item 230259. Presentation and discussion regarding how Fulton County should respond to Wellstar closures and address the public health emergency.
All right, Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, we're excited to be here this morning. This is the culmination of 7 to 8 weeks of work, a strong partnership with Morehouse School of Medicine, which also their dean will be here to speak to you. But let me just make a few opening comments and then pass this to Dr. Rochelle. We all know that the closure of the 2 Wellstar hospitals were a shock to the Fulton County healthcare system, most notably a reduction in capacity, but also the removal of healthcare access in areas that already were underserved. We've worked with the governor's office and successfully secured a $130 million infusion into Grady for additional capacity. And as you know, you authorized an $11 million emergency infusion out of ARPA funds on top of the $60+ million or so that we provided Grady last year. So Grady, again, is financially stable and expanding their capacity. However, we have long-standing health inequities. And what you'll see in this study is the specificity, the geography, and I think the compelling case that demands a response. And as you also remember, those became very obvious to us during the pandemic. So much of our mobile efforts, as well as where we placed testing and other capabilities, were based on the health inequities that existed in the pandemic impact in those communities. As I said, in partnership with Morehouse School of Medicine, Chairman Pitts and Dr. Montgomery Rice really turbocharged this effort. And again, I think it's a tremendous partnership. And you'll see this deep dive study is only available for us to do with that partnership. And then also with the assistance of Ernst & Young, who we have 2 representatives here today, and others that are watching vis-a-vis FGTV. I think what you'll see is some very, very compelling data, some of which may seem intuitive. In other words, you know it, our public constituency knows it, but now you'll see it in great specificity, and again, at a geo and even zip code level. You'll also see a roadmap for solutions, because it's not enough to just state the obvious, it's to lay out what are the possible near-term and also long-term solutions that would address these issues. Again, Dr. Rochelle has been our thought leader for this effort, and she'll lead the discussion today, but also Dean Tyndall from Morehouse School of Medicine is standing there beside her. I want to give a special thanks to Brad Duncan, who's been always our primary interface at E&Y. He's sitting in the audience there. And then also Belinda Menta and Marissa Greenwald, who are standing there at the podium, who made sense of all this data, as well as sometimes just a cacophony of opinions that all of us had during this 7-week process. So again, I think this has been distilled into something that the public can understand, and I think you will fully appreciate. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Dr. Rochelle?
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Pamela Rochelle. I'm the Chief Operating Officer responsible for Health, Human Services, and Public Works here in Fulton County. Joining me today is co-presenter, who is a physician as well as the Dean and Executive Vice President for Health Affairs at Morehouse School of Medicine. And so today we will be presenting the findings and solution set from weeks of primary and secondary research conducted by E&Y, Ernst & Young. That research included voices from the community through focus groups with stakeholders and residents with lived experiences. What we will review today is really the context that brought this partnership together and the catalyst for this study. We will also outline the current state of access to care, particularly focusing on Central and South Fulton. And we will also discuss the impact of the WellStar closures and how that has impacted access to care. And we'll round out the conversation with our proposed solution set and timeline. So as we have discussed, and as you all know, for months and weeks now, 2 hospitals closed, one in East Point, the other in Central Fulton, which really exacerbated health disparities and access to care issues. The result of the closures has limited primary care access, has also limited specialty care access in those communities, and brought this team together to develop a response plan that we will be presenting today. Solutions that we will be providing will be framed in the context of healthcare delivery and support services to address the closure and other structural inequities. Dean Tyndall.
Thank you very much. And if we could move to the next slide. So I'm Adrian Tyndall. I am the Executive Vice President for Health Affairs and Dean of Morehouse School of Medicine. I'm newer to the Atlanta community here, just shy of 2 years. I think the other critical piece of this is I'm academic, and so I think of this in terms of objective data, but I also am an ER physician, and I've practiced for more than 25 years, and then I understand intimately some of the crisis perhaps that we are experiencing here in the Atlanta community. Let me just say that I think this partnership in connection with Ernst & Young, I think has been important and impactful. We've spent 7 weeks focused on the data. And while we cannot control the past, and I've said this over and over again, that the bridge is now burned behind us, we have to look forward. We have to look at the solutions that we have to tackle. And the only way to do this, I think, is by looking at the evidence that we have in front of us. And so the context, as we talked about, is really to look at the current state and to understand that, you know, as in anywhere across the United States, we know that there are existing disparities with regards to access to care, with regards to health outcomes. And we also understand that this data, just to be very clear, predates the Wellstar closure. And to understand that the Wellstar closure itself then connotes that we were bringing ourselves closer to the precipice in terms of a crisis. And so exacerbating the underlying conditions that we currently face, I think, is an important context to understand. And then we want to walk forward with an understanding of what do we have to do in order to really create the solution set. What do we have to do in order to build, I think, from the ground up, a healthcare infrastructure for especially South Atlanta that makes sense for the entire community, that is actually informed by the community. I think that's really important. If we could get to the next slide, please.
The
So
next
Dr. Rochelle,
slide.
please.
Yeah, we covered the context. The next slide.
So when we think about the healthcare continuum and what patients experience, I want to draw your attention to this graphic that we developed at Morehouse School of Medicine, which is, I think, emblematic of how we think of patient care. And we know that the continuum really starts at the very basics. What are those community-based programs that really support how we look at health outcomes? What are the assets in the community that will start in our churches, in our schools, in our senior citizen centers, our community centers, our housing? The things that really focus on what you've heard about are the social determinants of health, which we know are the basic underpinnings of some of the most significant issues and differences in health outcomes. When we move along that racetrack design, as we think about the ambulatory and primary care network. And this is the fundamentals of how we actually provide care. As an emergency department physician, what I see most often is failure in this very specific case. Patients who do not get timely and efficient access to the care they need when they need it, resulting in conditions that exacerbate beyond a level that could be taken care of in a primary care setting. And we have to think about our partnerships and their assets in those parts of the communities to really understand how we actually are able to move forward. The acute care paradigm is both one of really looking at chronic conditions that exacerbate beyond the ability to be taken care of in other settings, but also obviously what happens for those unfortunate circumstances, right? The fact that we now only have a single Trauma 1 level center within our community, which is not the case for other communities across the country like us. And then when we think about what happens in our post-acute care paradigm, when we think about what happens beyond acute care, this really becomes important, the assets in home care and skilled nursing and so on. When Wellstar closed, we saw assets in our communities that were removed in each of those areas highlighted in yellow. And one of the things we have to really consider is how do we build back efficiently? How do we understand what we need to have in terms of solutions to fill those gaps that we actually see there? If we can have the next slide, please. So the goals here were the following. We approached this in a very data-driven way. We wanted to understand the Fulton County population, to understand our community, to understand the health care needs that they had, the social needs and the services needed for our residents. And these include all conditions under which our residents work and play. And this, again, contextualizes the issues of social determinants of health. But we also wanted to understand what the barriers were to accessing care. And how do we actually ensure that care could be provided at the right time, at the right settings? We wanted to understand what resources were really needed in order to build the care needed for our community, so our community could access care when they need it, how they need it, and in the right quantities. We took an approach that was data-driven. We looked at analytics across the spectrum. We did a deep dive looking at everything from our discharge data within our community. We looked at outcomes data with regards to quality of care and mortality and life expectancy. We did a lot of secondary research that was pulled from our hospital databases. But we also compared ourselves to national peers, and we did one extraordinarily important thing. We spoke to our community. And part of the partnership with Morehouse School of Medicine is that for 40 years, we have developed deep and engaging relationships with members of our community and assets within our community. And we used those networks to understand what our community really needed and what they were telling us. And this is a significant part of any community needs assessment, but it was important for us to use our ability and our connectivity over the many years that Morehouse has done this work to really engage with the community so that we understand what our community needs.
So with so much access to primary and secondary data, as well as the voices from the community and other stakeholders, we really had to discipline ourselves to drill down to 4 primary areas for priority. The first is stabilizing the existing safety net hospital financial viability. We then looked at leveraging our current providers and figuring out how we could equip them with new capabilities. We also are looking at how we can establish partnerships for new networks of care. And lastly, in the policy arena, how do we prepare to continue to advocate for closures in the coverage gap? Next slide. It was very important for us to be grounded not only in data, but in a policy framework. And so what you see here is the framework that guided our conversations, our research approach, and how we really spoke to the community and how we ultimately developed the solution set that we will be presenting today. So here you see what we affectionately call our house model is broken into 2 systems. One is the health systems engagement. You'll see some data and information related to that component of the framework, and the other is social determinants of health. And what we continue to say to ourselves and others is you cannot effectively establish this health systems engagement without addressing the social determinants of health. And so that is why you see both of them listed here, and that is why this is the framework for our work moving forward and for our solution set. Next slide, please. So it's important to note here that the approach that we took when we looked at Fulton County, we know that it's a very long county stretched across a significant geographic area. The approach that we took was to divide the county in 3 distinct demographic areas: North Fulton, Central Fulton, and South Fulton. We then undertook some comparative analysis across 4 particular areas: health outcomes, healthcare access, economics, and social status. And what I just want to point out is some of the highlights of the analysis here. Under healthcare outcomes, you see the 5-year arrow there. That demonstrates a life expectancy difference of 5 years of those residents in Fulton County versus residents in Central and South North Fulton. We also want to point out here under healthcare access across the county that residents in South Fulton have the lowest access to healthcare when we think of actual primary care networks, specialty care. Some of those resources are non-existent, and Dean Tyndall will speak about that. Also in South Fulton, we see that there are lower levels of economic stability, as well as many unmet needs from a community and social services support. So again, the framework that we used was to stratify the 3 segments of the county, North, Central, and South, looking at income data, looking at healthcare access and economic data, and most importantly, healthcare outcomes. Next slide, please. Here, I want to point out that two interesting observations that really stood out for all of us. One, that there is absolutely a healthcare desert in South Fulton, highlighted in the dotted line area. This indicates a region that has few facilities where residents can go to access care. So again, the healthcare desert in South Fulton, as indicated in the red dotted line. The other is the health disparities across zip codes. So we really drill down into certain zip codes. We use this zip code level data in a couple of ways. One was to actually identify residents to speak to, some that had actually experienced the closure of the hospitals and have been out of care because they did not know where their physicians went, how they could re-engage in care. And so that zip code data was very important and really illustrated how many communities that were already marginalized were further impacted by this healthcare desert. Next slide, please.
And allow me to really dive a little bit deeper onto this. A few observations I wanted to make. One is that the life expectancy differences that you've seen are driven by outcomes in terms of mortality rates and increased mortality rates in very specific disease categories that we actually looked at. But when you look at that slide, and I really want to draw your attention to the lower table, and if you look at the south category or the south region of Fulton County, you can see the extreme disparities in terms of the presence of physicians and specialties closer to those populations. And I think that perhaps this, to me, is startling because for a few reasons. One is that it is a focus on data and coverage as of February 2023. And some of this obviously predates the Wellstar closure, but if you look at this and you understand that people actually will obtain their best health care when proximate to the resources that are available, you'll recognize perhaps that it's not unreasonable to think why people may have poorer outcomes when there isn't the existence of those resources nearby. And I think that's a real critical thing to think about when we see the differences in outcomes in patients in these areas. Next slide, please.
So we have covered how the existing health disparities were further exacerbated by the Wellstar closure with the removal of specialty care as well as primary care access. The data also shows us on these other social determinants of health how we have seen in South Fulton lower levels of educational attainment, lower levels of employment and household income, especially across those zip codes that we particularly looked at, varying differences, stark differences across these remaining social determinants of health. And so as we continue to roll out how we plan to address and respond in the next several weeks and months, again, it will not only include healthcare access opportunities, but opportunities to address these additional social determinants of health. Next slide, please.
And I think this is really an important slide to look at because we do know that as a result of the Wellstar closure, an already pressured system has felt even more pressured. So as an emergency department physician, I know all too well the impact of crowding, or we actually call it overcrowding in emergency departments. We understand that that leads to poor health outcomes. It limits the ability of practitioners to really care for patients appropriately. There is oftentimes delays in care. And what we have seen throughout our system, I think that any one of our system operators can tell you, is that we have seen increases in pressure amongst all the hospitals with regards to crowding, both emergency department crowding, longer wait times. We do know, for instance, that our ambulance wait times, what we call wall time, right, has become exacerbated, which now creates an even more problematic issue with regards to availability of EMS for the rest of our community. All these issues have been driven because we have had a withdrawal of assets from our community. And that needs to be replaced. But the question is how? How do we do it smartly? How do we do it in a way that's solutions-oriented, that a way that builds for the needs of the community and not for any other reason, and does it in a way that is smart and efficient, that distributes the resources most appropriately to impact health in the highest manner. Next slide, please. So the overarching goal here is really to look at a few things. And I think if I were to draw your attention to the squares at the top of the slide, I will say that we have to think about how we redistribute and enhance health access for our community. We have to understand how we enhance and care for the whole patient. How do we deliver higher qualities of care? How do we ensure that the wraparound services that we need to ensure good health outcomes are something that we invest in? Community health workers and navigators and other aspects of what we need to do with care. How do we enable technology to support better care delivery? We know that through the pandemic, we began to rely on telehealth a whole lot. How do we integrate that into delivering higher quality care and access for our community? And how do we make sure that our community could adopt those technologies in order to benefit them the most? And I think that's an important intersection that we must actually focus on. Morehouse has done quite a bit of work in that space and continues to do so with the grants from the federal government to support how we deliver care in this space, but also, most importantly, how can our communities best adopt this sort of care? We need to reduce financial barriers to care delivery. We have to understand that in order for our patients to receive care, they have to be funded by whatever mechanism necessary. But it's important because that, we know, the financial barriers is an impediment to care and impedes health outcomes for our population. That's not fair. And how do we remove cultural barriers to care access and delivery? How do we ensure that we meet our community and our patients where they need to be met and not from any other direction above them? How do we connect better with our community? And so all of the solutions that we're really beginning to think through at this point intersects every one of these pillars as we think smartly about the solutions that we need to look at. Much of this data is not new data. It has been there. But I think what we have seen here is that a crisis that we now face should not go to waste. And we should lean in to try to solve this problem now that we have it in our hands and we're now able to see this data. Next slide, please.
Before we move to the next slide, it's important for us to also point out that having a solution set without impact data means nothing. And so we have spent some time really culling through how we can overlay health outcomes that we can measure. Some will be immediate measures, others will take us more time to collect the data to really see how which health improvements have been made. And so at the bottom of this slide, you see some of the long-term goals and some of the near-term KPIs for the solution set and how we want to improve health outcomes using, again, a two-step approach of improving healthcare systems engagement and improving residents' lives through more impactful, meaningful, and measurable social determinants of health. Next slide.
So what we have here, I think, is an opportunity. Most of the time, usually the opportunity is to find a way to retrofit a health system that already exists. But we have an opportunity to engineer the solutions from the ground up. And I think this is really where we need to be and what we need to focus on. So our group has really begun to think through planning around assets, planning around how we want to think about the solution set, thinking about the timeline it will actually take to deploy those solutions, understanding what we have to do now versus what comes nearer to us than versus what comes next. And again, the idea here is that in each of these domains, when we think about redistribution of health assets, or enhancing the delivery of care, or looking at enabling technology, or reducing financial barriers, all of these issues will come in its own timeline. But we have to actually pull together this strategy to ensure that we build on each of these solutions to impact what comes next. Remembering that the key delivery here are the health outcomes for our population. The key deliverable is the health outcomes and impact for our population. And what we want to be able to create in this solution set is an ability to ensure that we're able to create the right infrastructure for what our community needs and nothing more. Next slide, please.
So where will we go from here? Today, we have begun the process of socializing these findings with you as our Board of Commissioners. We have plans to further socialize these findings, not only with all of the stakeholders that played a key role in lending their voice to this work, but will also provide input as we move down the path and timeline of implementing the 5 solutions solution sets that we've described. We also will be developing a very tangible plan that will include more definitive information, including all of the solution sets, the subcategories of work. We will also look at all of the resources and investments needed, of course, to implement the strategies and solutions that will be recommending in more detail. We will be developing a governance structure wrapped around this whole framework of equity and establishing a communication plan, not only to keep you updated, but our other community partners and stakeholders. So commissioners, that includes the overview of the work that we have collectively undertaken with Morehouse School of Medicine, using the expertise, guidance, and data analytics and research capabilities of Ernst & Young. So, Mr. Chairman, we're open for any questions that the board may have.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Rochelle. So, colleagues, as you can see, we've been busy, and you've been asking me about what's going on, and we've been diligently working for the past 7 or 8 weeks on this. We have to keep these things under wraps. You hear me say that quite frequently. The second part of the presentation today, we will discuss in executive session, and we'll be joined by Dr. Valerie Montgomery Rice from Morehouse School of Medicine. So with that, here's the lineup. Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Abdul Rahman, and Commissioner Barrett. Commissioner Arrington, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all so much for this valuable information and these facts. Heard some language earlier today about facts. These are the real facts, not that mess that was presented on the 15th. So thank you for these facts. And so now what I want to look at what I see. It looks like maybe this is slide 3, where it says the closure of Wellstar has created a public health emergency. I think we want to think about rewording that. I think it may have exacerbated an existing emergency. I don't know that it actually created the emergency, because according to your map, there's no hospitals down there, there's no providers, wait times are long, and even with the one hospital servicing East Point and with Wellstar Medical in central Fulton, there were already problems. The numbers were already low. There was no equity in the healthcare in Fulton County. And so frankly, colleagues, I'm gonna bring something back at the next meeting because I don't wanna just investigate Wellstar. I want them to investigate redlining and healthcare in Fulton County, period. I don't care who it is. I see Emory they got one in Johns Creek, they got one in Sandy Springs. They might be redlining too. I just wanna know who's redlining. I don't care if it's Wellstar, Emory, whoever else is listed on this list, okay? So if there is redlining, it needs to be addressed. And it doesn't just need to be limited to Wellstar. Certainly the closure of those two hospitals without any notice to us and with the lies that we were told that they were gonna keep the AMC Midtown open, certainly those lies help exacerbate the problem. But this is very valuable information and data. I'd like to also see us reach out to the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority. They have numerous resources that may be available and certainly would be a good partner as we go forward in this effort. But this is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for this data-driven information that includes the real facts about the healthcare status in Fulton County and the inequities. And so this is very, very valuable. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you for this very detailed and telling report that I already knew. But the fact that it is so detailed prompts me to have to say a couple of things. First and foremost, if you look at page 9, and I believe it's page 9, and you see physicians by region, north, central, and south. Let's just say heart disease, cardiology. We know that heart disease in the communities of color are very high as opposed to communities that are not of color. And we see 71 north, 214 central, and 0 south. Now, I'm a person that was raised that everybody has a voice. And so if my voice upsets your voice, I will apologize for that. You have a right to have a voice. Everybody has a right to have a voice. But in that scenario, you can't silence mine because you don't like what I'm saying. At the end of the day, there is a health care desert in South. Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Arrington, and Commissioner Khadija. I know for a fact we get the calls about it. I know for a fact, and others may get the calls too, but the reason I picked out my other two colleagues in communities of color, we get the calls. We get the cries, we get the pleading, we get all of those things that are said to us because we represent these districts. Numbers don't lie. So if I'm passionate about a healthcare desert in my district, meanwhile, Wellstar opens up a $12 million facility, enhancing it in North Fulton. Listen, I've had relatives pass from cancer, so I get it. Anybody that see the ravaging effects of cancer and how it ravages the body, we need every and all tools for that. So I get it, Wellstar. You're to be commended for the $12 million that you spent in North Fulton, making sure that their needs were accessed. But what about the South Side? These conversations we have are uncomfortable conversations. I get it. And you have a right to your opinion as much as I have a right to mine. But I have a right to ring the alarm when there is not a hospital south of I-20. I have a right to ring the alarm for those who are voiceless, for those that are in my community, and the numbers don't say, let me put my glasses on. It doesn't say 71 and 10. It doesn't say 71 and 20. It says 71 and 0. 32 and 2 when it comes to oncology. Pulmonary. 35 and 0. So, here again, to those of you that voiced your opinion, I will fight that you have the right to voice your opinion, including all my colleagues up here. But I will not be silenced on an issue that we have clear facts that is a problem in communities of color. And how many times I've got to take a phone call from a grandmother, from a daughter, from a neighbor. How many times I have to see people die for us to get it that numbers don't lie. And yes, I am very passionate about my community because somebody has to be. We do not have the health care that we need. Now, we can sit up and have different opinions as to what Wellstar did, and guess what? I give you the right to have that opinion. I'm going to have mine, and I want you to have yours. I'm going to respect your opinion, but I need you to respect mine because I'm not talking about a piece of paper right now. And this piece of paper shows the fact and the work that's being done. I'm talking about the lives that I represent. I'm talking about the communities of color that do not have adequate health care. And until we realize that that is a true issue, a real issue, then we'll continue to talk about something that we know we need a solution. So I commend you all today because this is information that I already knew. And what's even sadder about it, all someone had to do was ask me. I've been able to give them the information. A conversation goes both ways. Colleagues will tell you, I have asked them questions about issues that I might not actually have known about, but I gave my colleagues the respect to have a conversation with them, to ask. And so while we're asking for respect and while we're asking for conversations, that's the two-way street. I don't necessarily know whether everybody knows this information. I don't. So I commend you all for bringing it. But one thing I will say this as I close, I know it. You know how I know it? Because I live it every day. I receive the calls every day from the families that are not receiving the health care. And so if my passion offends you, I am so sorry.
Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things. First of all, I just want to ask Dr. Rochelle, just for clarity on this data, or both of you, is it safe to say that the data hasn't changed dramatically in the last decade or so in terms of demographics and access to care?
I could answer that question for you. So while, again, I'm data-driven, I've not looked back at all of that data. I have what we have in front of you. I could speculate that it perhaps has not changed substantially, but it is something that we certainly do need to look at. What I would say is also that what is important to understand, though, is that that data that we see right now is data that pre-existed the Wellstar closure. That being said, the removal of these assets worsens the problem?
Yeah, go ahead.
We have some context expertise who actually done some of the work, so you could perhaps.
Sure. Good morning. Good afternoon. Marissa Greenwald from Ernst & Young. I would just echo what Dean Tyndall said. I would say on the supply side of Fulton County across the north, central, and south, we have not seen historically levels of support at or above these levels. We've seen it around, several percentage points. But in particular, the disparity of supply on a site level and individual provider level has remained fairly constant across all of these regions. So not a lot of change on a historical basis.
As well as the demographics, correct?
Correct, on a demand side as well, very much consistent.
So I'm asking this question because it seems clear to me to really back up your resolution, Mr. Chairman, to investigate healthcare redlining, that this data has been what it is, and Wellstar knew that when they came into these communities, and they are a nonprofit. And so serving those communities, they knew what they were getting into in terms of availability of care, of the demographics, of the ability to pay, and all of those things. So I just bring that up because I want to support with the data you've provided, my colleagues and their comments on the need for healthcare in South Fulton, as we've now seen presented in this format. So thank you again for the research and the data, and I just wanted to make that point. One other quick thing, I just wanted to mention, Mr. Chair, and to the Mr. County Manager, as we move forward looking at resources to start to address some of these issues, I just want to remind everybody and also thank my colleagues for passing a budget that included a $5 million healthcare reserve, an additional $5 million put aside for infrastructure type projects, and also the resolution that we passed that Vice Chair Ellis, I believe, brought to the fore on the money from TAD closures going towards these types of infrastructure and capital projects. So I think all of those dollars should be considered as we move forward. So I just want to commend all of my colleagues for working together to be fiscally responsible on this.
Commissioner Thorne.
Thank you, Chairman. Gosh, this is a lot of data to come through, a lot of work you guys have put into it. Thank you. And like my fellow commissioners said, I mean, it's not something we didn't actually know. And I appreciate it. I'd love to have conversations with my fellow commissioners. Been trying to have some conversations and they have not been available the past couple weeks. But would love to have that at some point. When did you complete this study?
We concluded our work just last week.
Last week? Mm-hmm. Okay, because we didn't get this till this morning. So we really didn't have time to really analyze and look it over. So maybe in executive session, some more dialogue will come, but it'd be great if we could have a chance to kind of look it over and come back and have another discussion in the future if you all are available, because I'm a data-driven person as well, love data, and would love to be able to at least read it all instead of getting it at the meeting. I was wondering, did you ever look at, because there's 30 million people across the United States that live in healthcare deserts, mainly in rural areas. Have you looked at solutions or fixes? Like, I know the state of Idaho, I read an article that just came out today that said Idaho didn't even have a trauma 1 emergency room.
So, yes, Commissioner, the team, especially with the input and the policy program experts from E&Y to inform our solution set, we did a broad brush look both from a primary and secondary data research perspective. And as that's what really informed our solution set. Marissa Greenwald was one of the principals, and so I'll let her further discuss how and what informed the solution set.
Thank you, Dr. Rochelle. And yes, I would say as we started to really unearth and bottom out the problem set or the problem statement and all the detail, we wanted to think through a solution set that was rooted in the notion of health equity, and also, as was mentioned, the relationship between healthcare delivery and then upstream forces that actually create a lot of the demand and dysfunction around health delivery. And as we thought about that, we said, how can we create a solution set that not only deals with the desert, deals with the delivery desert, but deals with the way that you can actually help people before they actually go in to seek that care? How do you think through the path they take through their lives? And then also we added the layer of the specific demographic profile of Fulton County across and within the regions, and also thinking about from the community voices and the community inputs, what would those specific needs be? And I think the L1 Trauma Center and the need for that really enforces the fact that in current time, in the now, there are folks that unfortunately have care needs that are not met early enough in their care journey, and they get to a point where they unfortunately have to present at a much more exacerbated state of acuity sooner than peer residents within other parts of the county or other regions, within Atlanta and the country. And so the need for an L1 Trauma Center, I believe, is rooted in the fact that the current state of the demographics, the current care profile that individuals have, as the solution set moves forward and creates a more sustainable ecosystem, you need the trauma center, certainly in the near term, to address that demographic reality.
And let me answer the question also in this way. We know that throughout communities across the country, as you mentioned, there might be a common set of solutions, right? There are ways of delivering care, whether in primary care services, whether in urgent care model, or whatever that might be. And so there's a common set, there's no question. I think the thing that needs to be recognized, though, is that as many times communities across the country may be the same, the communities are different. They have different needs. We have to understand what our own community needs by listening to our community members and develop a solution set that's really specific to our community needs. And I think this is the opportunity we have. This data we knew. I mean, we don't have to make it up. We could probably just broadly assess what that would look like based upon lived experiences. What is important, though, is to get to the level of granularity needed in order to be able to create the solutions that are efficient and appropriate. In order to do that, we have to listen to our community. We can't just provide a generic solution set. And I think that's really the focus of what we're looking at.
And so one of the examples of how we looked at regional data and benchmarked, we looked at healthcare spending patterns across different counties and across different regions, and really toggled how that spending impacted healthcare outcomes. So again, we definitely were not in a bubble here, only looking at Fulton County. We looked at health impact, outcomes, and spending across like counties and other factors that would provide us with an opportunity for some meaningful comparison.
And if I can just add, related to that, there were several counties, comparable counties that we looked at to benchmark. So looking at not just leading practices, but evidence-based practices that have been implemented by these counties to demonstrate an impact on the populations that they were intervening with. And we can share the specific counties with you, as well as the research and assessment that went in. It's categorized, again, by leading practices all the way through evidence-based practices with the observed outcomes that the respective counties achieved.
Thank you, appreciate that. Yeah, I know, I've talked with people on the north side. They didn't want to purchase the South Fulton Hospital. They said they ran the numbers and they knew it wasn't going to be profitable, and they can't believe that Wellstar would even step in. My understanding is they thought they could get people a new way of administering health care to get them more in that primary care, what you're talking about, and usher in a new way of getting people to get help instead of waiting till it's an emergency and going to the emergency room. So I do appreciate that, and I like that perspective of that. I guess Wellstar kind of failed on that area, but they tried. And I think with COVID, the impact of COVID on all the hospital systems across, that was very hard for a time for hospitals to get through. So I look forward to having continuing discussion and love to hear your ideas in more detail and ask questions later. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Arrington?
I guess I have a couple of questions I want to hone in on. I'd like to understand, what is less than 1? Because I see you have 0, and then you have less than 1. What is less than 1 if it's not 0?
Answer that, Dana?
Sure. In some instances, it's a facility that is not sort of exactly in the north, and so it shares geography with another part of the county. In other instances, it is, I would say, a facility that is not at the scale of some of the others. For example, comparing, the capacity levels of those in the central or south, it's below the threshold of a classic, in the case of the FQHC, what an FQHC would be at a baseline level. So we'd have to look back to see what it means in those exact instances, but that's what it means when it's less than the baseline of 1.
Okay, and what's an FQHC?
Sorry, Federally Qualified Health Center.
Okay. All right, and then the boundaries for north, central, and south, how are those defined?
Yes, it's on an earlier page. I don't know if Dr. Rochelle, you want to talk through that?
Yes. Let's go to page, page 7.
7.
That's it, yeah.
So, Commissioner, we really carved it out. If you see 1, 2, 3, north zip codes north of I-285, 2 central Fulton zip codes, so forth and so on. So in the legend, for lack of a better word, the 1, 2, 3, 4, that gives you some sense of how we carved out a north, central, and south footprint, but it was definitely zip code driven.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Ellis, Vice Chair Ellis?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think certainly as we listen to the data, perspective is always important, right? And, I live and represent a community that's got a lot of access to health care. And clearly, as the data demonstrated, that's not the case throughout the county. I've also lived in communities and grew up in a community where there wasn't a lot of access to health care. My mother was born in the front room of the 2-bedroom house that she grew up in. When we had issues that happened and I injured myself for some stupid reason, whatever, it wasn't a quick emergency room to get to. It was to call Dr. Griffith and see if he could happen to get over and could help us out and to stitch up my ear that had been sliced with, one of my friends hit me with a golf club. We all have different perspectives in which we come at it, and sometimes we don't even really understand it because we've not lived in an area where there's not been quality, accessible health care. But we all know it is critical if we really step back and we think about it. Also, is when we hit flashpoints in crises, whether they're health care, whether they're other things, in government, we generally have sort of 2 paths that we can kind of go down. Division and finger pointing, which unfortunately is where many things do devolve to, in the scope of governance today. Or we can choose collaboration and working together and trying to create solutions. And I hope that is where we are moving forward as of today. I'm not so sure how much benefit there is to dissecting why Wellstar did what they did at this point, versus moving forward. Certainly people have a lot of strong opinions on it. But I do think we have to figure out a way to move forward. I think, if we all sort of reflected, I think Chairman Pitts probably was the only one of us that was in elected office at the time when Grady hit his flashpoint. the Atlanta community came together. Corporate community, government. There was a lot of friction during that time, right, Chairman Pitts? That's true. A lot of hostile rhetoric, et cetera. But what wound up from that was and is, the 10th largest public hospital in the United States, which has served our community very, very well, right? But we know that as our counties grew, particularly, kind of in the southern portion has grown population-wise, it doesn't fit and meet all of the needs for the county going forward. And we have tremendous resources, both economic and knowledge-based and people-based within this county. But we have four medical colleges in the state. Is that correct? Right? Two of them one's right here in our county with Morehouse, and the other's kind of right on that border with Emory, right? Two of the four right here in our backyard. We have, we house some of the largest corporations in the world. Biggest employer, right? One of the biggest employers, if not the biggest employer. I don't know who's bigger, Georgia Power or Delta. Right down the road. Biggest airport in the world. Busiest airport in the world. Capital county of the state. So, there's a tremendous opportunity for us to collaborate now, whether that's with the medical community, got some of our state officials here in the audience, with us here, our federal partners, our municipal partners, and I think it's just time that we open up that kind of conversation and figure out how we make it work. It's going to be messy. There's going to be a lot of debates around it. Funding is going to be an issue. Who the providers are is going to be an issue. But we've got the collective abilities and resources to figure out how we alter what we've seen. But it's going to require not finger pointing and division, but really true collaboration, and I hope that's what we work towards.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I just want to commend all of you and say job well done. This presentation is outstanding. It has captured every bit of information that addresses every question that I have heard from various people, organizations, entities. I even had Dr. Bernice King call me one night, and we talked till late about this situation. And Commissioner Ellis is right. We need more collaboration, more teamwork, more communication, and partnerships like this, and to expand them even more. It's like our mayor always says, we need to draw bigger circles of inclusion. So as I listen to everything that's being said, and I'm thinking about the meetings that I had with Wellstar, I'm thinking about the meeting that the chairman called with Wellstar and other entities, and everything that has happened, and it made me think about the music mogul Jay-Z said one time, men lie, women lie, but numbers don't. And when I look at this, the numbers truly tell the story behind what's really going on. So thank you for your hard work, and thank you for bringing this presentation in a timely fashion. It was needed today. Thank you.
All right, any other questions at this time? We're going to, during the executive session, get into a little more detail on what the next steps are. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Right.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Chair, I'd just
Yes,
like
sir.
to make sure to ask the county attorney to either amend the existing resolution to bring back or to do a new resolution to have the Department of Justice look at just redlining in general in Fulton County.
Okay, take a look at that, Madam County Attorney. All right, Madam Clerk.
Bottom of page 9, county manager's items under open and responsible government.
Hold on one second. Commissioner Barrett.
Yeah, point of personal privilege. I'd like to move up the community development items that I had moved off the consent agenda so that Mr. Wilson doesn't have to be here all day.
All right, we have to amend the agenda. Make a motion to amend the agenda.
Motion to amend the agenda,
All right,
as noted.
bring up those items that were asked to be removed by Commissioner Barrett so that we can hear those before moving on. All right. Any objections? Come on up quickly. We have a lot to cover today.
So I've asked Mr. Wilson to come in just to talk about these community development requests. Obviously, these are all positive things, but they were sort of buried in the consent agenda, and I felt like it was important for us to hear about some of the great work that they're doing in the community development department. I was a little bit late because I'm under the weather, but I thank Commissioner Hall. I was listening online for the proclamation this morning and for recognizing the community development team. I'm sorry I didn't get to see everybody, but I'm glad you're here, and please just give us a couple minutes if you would.
Definitely. Good afternoon, everyone. Stan Wilson, Department of Community Development. You got 6 items that are community development funded projects. All of them are federal dollars. If you look at item number 230222, those are projects being funded to our municipal partners. Examples of those are Hateville. They're doing a walk and bicycle track for the John Lewis Park. We've got City of Palmetto. They're doing a repair to their pump stations. We've got Union City doing survey and sidewalk repairs, ADA repairs on Roosevelt Highway. College Park, they're doing a roof replacement at the Recreation Center. We've got East Point at Bryan Park doing a new playground facility. And then in Fairburn, we've got sidewalks and ADA repairs as well, and that's the Go Lightly Park. So that's that particular item. It's $1.1 million in funding. I do want to point out that these projects go directly to CDBG timeliness that we're always speaking of. So these are the projects that will help us meet that goal. And then we have a couple of CDBG COVID-funded projects. City of Fairburn, they've got an annex that they're improving. They want to use that for a centralized health services facility. They also want to buy a lot that's next door, and that's going to serve for additional parking, but also it'll be used for COVID testing as well. And that's $215,000. Another COVID-funded CDBG project is College Park and East Point. They're using the funding for utility assistance in College Park. And then East Point, they want to use it for rental and mortgage assistance. And in both cases, that's $76,427. And we're doing an amendment to an existing contract. City of Palmetto, another CDBG COVID project. There, they're buying a chest compression device. That's for their firefighters, and also 2 test kits for COVID as well. They're looking at $19,909.48. The last 2 items on the agenda, 23026 and 27, are ESG and ESG COVID-funded projects. And in both cases, the dollars are being used for homeless prevention primarily, and also to emergency shelter services. And we speak of homeless prevention, we're speaking of emergency rent and utility assistance. That's kind of a very quick overview.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I just wanted to share this work we're doing with the cities and getting these things accomplished. It's great work. Hopefully we can just pass them all as one group.
All right, Madam Clerk, thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, just sound the numbers, we'll take them as a group, one vote.
230222, 230223, 230224, 230225, 230226, and 230227.
All right, the motion to approve is by Commissioner Thorne. Is that your? Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
Bottom of page 9, 230243, Finance. Presentation, review, and approval of the April 12, 2023 budget soundings.
Madam CFO, let's roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have a couple of items in our soundings for the board's consideration. There were a number of items that needed increased spend authority on the annual hardware, software maintenance and support list. There were no additional funding requirements. These were just spending increases. And the second item that is a funding request is for the funds necessary for registration and elections to conduct the special call election for House District 68. That totaled $949,398 for both the election and a planned or proposed runoff. And those funds will be provided for out of the elections reserve that was included in the 2023 budget.
Thank you, Madam CFO. The motion on the floor is to approve by Commissioner Hall. It is seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Continue.
230244, External Affairs. Presentation of the 2023 legislative session update.
All right, Ms. Corbett, where are you? It's 12:22. We're going to try to finish by 1. The whole agenda, not your portion now. You got about 5 minutes.
I'm going to make it snappy. Good afternoon, Commissioners. We have now, this is our first meeting since sine die, and we're going to give a very brief recap of this legislative session. Next, please. I want to thank Fran and Jasmine, as well as our external lobbying team. Our big headline is that we were able to get the full funding for the Behavioral Health Crisis Center for 6 months, which aligns with our construction schedule. That was a huge win, and really want to specifically thank all of our delegation. The Speaker Pro Tem really, I think, helped us get over that finish line, and want to thank her for her support, as well as the entire delegation. We didn't talk to a single person who opposed this funding. We were also able to eliminate the 2-year provision on this very low-income senior homestead exemption. So seniors who had to reapply every 2 years, bring all their tax records every 2 years, no longer have to do that. It doesn't have to go before a referendum. So as soon as that bill is signed into law, or as of July 1st, that change takes effect. We were able to implement some important changes for the Child Attorney's Office, which will help them have greater clarity in their standing. Also wanted to mention that Miriam's Law, which this board supported, passed this session. Wanted to say that we now have been able to get a new fee that will support technology investments for probate court. That is a $5 per case fee that will go into effect. So we had a lot of great success during this session. One that is not on this first slide that was also successful, this board opposed the City of Buckhead City, and those bills did fail. So had some really good successes this session, and again, want to thank all of you as well as our team for their support. Next slide, please. Obviously, sine die was March 29th. The governor's veto deadline is May 8th. And then because this was the first year of the biennial session, things will carry forward over 2024, and that's really what I'd like to highlight here. Next slide, please. We've already gone over this, so I won't belabor it, but we will need to go back and work with the delegation next year for a full year of funding starting in FY25. So this will continue, this dialogue will continue. Next slide, please. So again, this is the recap of things that were passed this session, that were part of our package, and we were, again, we were really pleased to have some good success stories. Next slide. This is one that you all opposed that failed, so that was also a good thing. Next slide in terms of this board's position. Several areas that that this board supported that did not continue through the process. One was a new retirement. There was some changes in the state court judge's retirement. That is a complex process that requires a review by the state auditor. That has been completed, so in the next session, that can continue through the legislative process. This board also took a position on Clerk of Superior Court and passport fees. That bill passed the Senate, but did not make it all the way through. I saw that Representative Panich was here, and there were bills related to anti-Semitism, and she was a sponsor for that. Those bills passed the House, but did not go through the Senate. And then the Crown Act legislation was introduced, but did not pass. So these were all areas where you all took a vote of support, where there was active legislation, but they did not cross the finish line this session. So we'll continue this work next year. Next slide, please. And then these were areas where the board stated a legislative position, but we did not have active legislation this year. And so now the work begins to do that for the 2024 session. One was about MARTA board representation. We have had some discussion with members about that, and we'll continue to work on that over the summer. One was about commercial assessments and appeals. ACCG has already indicated some interest in that being part of their summer policy session, so we'll continue to work on that. And then also information about use of force with law enforcement. And so that will be something that we work on over the summer as well to get ready for the 2024 session. There's a lot more detail here. I know you have a tight agenda, but these charts really kind of summarize the areas where the board has taken a position, and we will have a final report coming out. But again, really want to thank these ladies. They're at the Capitol quite a bit, carrying our water and telling our story, and want to thank them along with our outside team.
Thank you, Ms. Corbett. Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want some clarity on SB 303, senior home exemptions. It eliminates the 2-year renewal provision, so do they need to renew at a different point in time?
No, there will be, so this was the only homestead exemption that, in Fulton County at least, that had a renewal provision. So that renewal provision is eliminated, and it will remain in effect as long as that property owner owns the home.
Excellent, thank you.
Yes, thank you. By the way, I wanted to mention that Atlanta Legal Aid has a senior clinic, and they had also advocated for that change. We have let them know that was successful, and they expressed their appreciation for this board's support for that. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corbett and team.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Continuing on the bottom of page 9, 230245, Information Technology. Request approval of the lowest responsible bidder in an amount not to exceed $1,431,319.61 to provide enterprise business class desktop, personal computers, laptops, monitors, docking stations.
All right. Our motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. It is seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Commissioner Hall.
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner.
All right, so I was looking at this and noticed that it is a complete change from Dell to Lenovo. Is that correct?
That is correct. They were the lowest responsive bidder based on, so CDWG responded, and the specs that we put out there, they responded with Lenovo as the brand to meet those requirements at the lowest price point.
Yes. I understand about the lowest responsible bidder, but we do have standardization in IT, right?
We do.
And so this goes against that standardization. Most people have Dell and HP from what I've seen, and Lenovo would be a completely different system for this environment. Have these been tested for compatibility with our apps and our systems across the county?
I would need to follow up on specifics around testing with our environment, but they do meet standard specs, run, modern Windows operating systems. And our goal really is to be device agnostic as we move forward with our infrastructure and application stack. So really, we should be able to leverage, any competing, well-branded equipment that would meet our needs.
I have had Lenovo. We had it over at the City of Atlanta in the IT department, Dell, HP, and they really don't function exactly the same. Who are going to receive these computers? I noticed that there are, 1,000 desktops, 1,500 laptops, 2,500 monitors. And when I got to the 2,500 monitors, I said, okay, well, I know my team operate on dual monitors, so maybe that's why the number is double. But then again, I said, well, it could be that you're making, setting it up where 1,000 desktops and 1,500 laptops equals 2,500 systems, and maybe that's one monitor per those. Can you elaborate on how you got to that number?
So that's based on our refresh life cycle. So there's a number of devices that are still in the environment with plenty of useful life. So this was estimated based on what needs to be replaced in the next 3 years. So that's how we got to those numbers.
Really? So do you have a list of the departments that you're going to allocate these desktops and laptops to? Because I've seen some very old equipment out there that hasn't been refreshed even since the last time computers were supposed to be refreshed.
So I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I do have, we have approximately 500 devices that would be replaced this year, another 350 next year. I can get the breakdown of departments, but it would be based on when they've hit their end of year, their 5-year useful life cycle.
Okay, and please make sure you check like our senior centers and places like that where we have computer systems that are public facing. I know you're new and everything, and you probably haven't had a chance to check on everything and be brought up to date on everything, but these are issues that have been ongoing, and you're doing a great job already, but I just want you to be aware of the things that are still outstanding before you even got here. All right,
No,
thank you so
Commissioner.
much. You're welcome.
You're very
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote. Madam Clerk?
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
Page 10, 230246, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder in an amount not to exceed $3,137,629.89 to provide and install industrial racking.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. It is seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230247, request approval to utilize cooperative purchasing in an amount not to exceed $270,945.39 to purchase veterinary and related medical equipment.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Cast your vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 230248, Public Works, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder in the amount not to exceed $200,000 to provide fire hydrant maintenance and repairs.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. Motion passes unanimously. Item added, Senior Services, 230201, request approval to increase spending authority in an amount not to exceed $1,800,000 to provide transportation services ride sharing.
All right, is there a motion? All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett. It is seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Under Justice and Safety, 230249, Superior Court Administration, requests approval of a statewide contract in an amount not to exceed $148,000 to purchase medical drug testing supplies.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. It is seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
Vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230250, request approval of a recommended proposal in an amount not to exceed $298,000 to provide and implement a cloud-based jury management system.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne. It is seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 11, 230251, probate court, request approval of a resolution to confirm the appointment of Marion Parker to the position of Associate Judge of the Fulton County Probate Court and for other purposes.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230252, police, request approval to increase the spending authority in an amount not to exceed $800,000 to provide armed and unarmed security services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne.
The vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. Commissioners' action items, 230209, request approval resolution urging the consolidation of certain Fulton County Clerk of Court operations under the Fulton County Superior Court Clerk.
Commissioner Arrington?
Motion to hold, please. Believe that there have been some discussions regarding joint administration, which is probably going to be more helpful to all of us.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Cast your vote, please. Motion on the floor is to hold.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
230253, request approval of a resolution directing the county manager and county attorney to develop a plan for the Board of Commissioners' consideration for legislation authorizing a countywide special local option sales tax to support healthcare infrastructure and foster stabilization of healthcare services countywide, sponsored by Vice Chair Ellis.
All right, Commissioner Ellis. Vice Chair Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we all certainly heard how the provision of quality, accessible health care is critical for all our county residents to lead productive lives and to enable economic stability, and I think we saw some of the impacts of what that looks like when it's not. I think we all also, it's worth kind of pointing as we look at some of the deficiencies that we see in our healthcare delivery throughout the county. Also to note that as a county as a whole, our taxpayers have been funding about, to the tune last year, about $100 million in funding to support safety net, public and behavioral health kind of services. Actually, it probably exceeds that. I don't have the exact number, but at a minimum, we're looking at a number that's probably 3 times what combined the taxpayers in the counties of DeKalb, Gwinnett, and Cobb do. So yet, despite that effort, and hey, I want to acknowledge that, a large portion of that funding is for Grady, which I noted earlier, has really served our county well. And we saw the impact of that investment within the pandemic in terms of the reach that we were able to provide and what we were able to mobilize and do relative to other counties. But as we've heard, we still have deficiencies. And, that's going to require at some point, I think the path we're headed down is consideration for more funding about how we address those deficiencies. And not only that, also, we're in the process of renegotiating our memorandum of understanding with Grady, and they have additional asks as well. So I think it's a flexion point for us to consider in terms of how are we going to be able to fund those things that are going to be before us. And not only those things, but how are we also going to be able to fund the things that we are required to do by state mandate, things like jails and courts, et cetera, which we know we have sort of significant things that are on the horizon that we need to consider. And, you know, if you look at our communities as a whole, our county as a whole, it's a tremendous economic engine. And, you know, there's the issue certainly of equity that has been presented before us in terms of health equity. But there's also this issue of sort of equity and fairness and ROI to our property taxpayers. Grady's a regional asset, a state asset, right? And it's certainly a metro asset that a lot of people use beyond Fulton and DeKalb residents. And people have talked about this over time, you know, why do other counties not help contribute and support Grady? People tried to tackle that, but that really largely to no avail. And looking at, you know, a sales tax mechanism helps to respond to that with the, not only just the property taxpayers we pay, but the million-plus residents that are flowing through here on a daily basis that aren't citizens, that come to sporting events, that drive through roads, have accidents, wind up at Grady, et cetera. We've seen the impact of sales taxes to be able to utilize and fund things where we've had deficiencies before. Things like roads, transit, so buses, schools, sewer. We've even used sort of, you know, use taxes and other things other than property taxes to fund world-class stadiums right over there. But we've never really had a discussion about might we should use some of that funding that's generated through sales tax and the tremendous economic engine that Fulton County is, and that Fulton County taxpayers have helped create through their investment in things like tax abatements, TADs, and other means of support that fostered economic development. Fulton County taxpayers have been the largest investors in that effort. But yet many of our citizens aren't seeing many of those benefits inure to them, as we've talked about. There's also sort of the practical matter of this in that, as I noted before, we've had this growing need in terms of how we're going to fund our healthcare infrastructure, and the fact that we've got all these other needs, and also the fact that collectively our property taxpayers, while we've got a millage rate that's fairly comparable to many of our other metro carriers, counties, if you look at sort of the collective millage rate that our citizens pay when you layer on city taxes, county taxes, and school taxes, and in particular parts for the county, this is even, you know, much more impactful than others. It's a huge load. And we all know sort of the challenges of home ownership right now and the cost of home ownership, not only in terms of availability, but also, you know, rising interest rates, you know, as well as the burden of property tax. And, you know, in many ways, that we get effectively capped in terms of what you collectively can do in terms of putting the burden on a property taxpayer to fund other needs and emergent needs that are out there. And when we've seen that and we've not been able to address things like transportation, you know, through a general fund, discussions of sales tax use has come up. You know, just in, what was that, Mr. Manager, help me on my date that we collectively initiated the T-SPLOST. Was that 2016? That's 2016 when it passed? If I remember, I think it was 2017.
2017 when it passed?
Yes, sir. Because I think it took us 2 years to get to I think maybe your point as well. It's not an easy process.
It's not an easy process, right? It does take some time. So in terms of the why now and why start the conversation, this takes a long time, right? This resolution is not going to create a sales tax. But the impact of that particular T-SPLOST that was launched at that point in time for the cities outside of Atlanta which participated in it, it's a 0.75 cent sales tax. It gives them the equivalent of 1 year general fund budget every 6 years, exclusively to be dedicated to
transportation, road improvements, et cetera. And you can see, as you go through many of these communities, the impact that that's had. I don't view this probably as something, as we go through the work on this, is going to be a full penny tax. It's probably a fractional tax. But just sort of to show you sort of the powers of the numbers of that, right now, 2022, full penny generated about $360 million in sales tax revenue. Half a penny, obviously, generate 180 of that. You take that $100 million spend, not only could that be funded, you know, in that way, but also it leave you significant funds, and also probably growing funds, because those sales tax revenues tend to grow year over year at a more consistent rate than what our property taxes do. To be able to fund the types of things that, you know, we know that are most likely going to be ahead of us. So again, you know, what's before you right now is not an ask to say, yes, let's move forward with a sales tax of some form, but it's simply an ask to direct our county manager and our county attorney to develop a plan for us to consider what that might look like, what are going to be the legislative hurdles associated with it, what are the pros and cons of it, what might some of the relative timeline look like for us to consider, and how that might sort of play in with other things that we've got on the table right now. I think this is certainly, it's the start of it should be viewed as the start of a conversation and the start of a long conversation, as the managers noted, in terms of just, you know, walking through kind of that time frame that it took us to get through just to put a T-SPLOS in place. But I think the time certainly is now. I think we've heard sort of, you know, the information as to why healthcare matters for our county. And I think certainly that's going to beg the question of how some of those things are going to be funded. And this is an option that we need to be able to understand what our options are, to be able to consider this as a tool to support those initiatives. And I ask for your favorable support.
Commissioner Barrett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I feel that we had a plan to collaborate on this through discussion that is scheduled to happen in, I don't know, half an hour or an hour when we move to the special call meeting. And I believe this is premature, and I think it's also limiting the research that we're asking the executive team to do. Through my conversations with the county manager's team, it seems to me that there are a variety of options for things we could do in and around sales tax that should be explored, not just this one, as well as the fact that while sales tax may be a solution we go with, there are other things to be considered, and also other expenses to be considered, including our public safety infrastructure issues. So I'd like to make a motion to hold.
All right, substitute motion to hold. Is there a second? Second. All right, properly moved and seconded on the motion to hold. Let's vote. All right, Commissioner Hall, go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, thank
Motion
you.
on the floor is to hold.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I would I guess I'm supportive of what Commissioner Ellis was saying, but I'm also supportive of what Commissioner Barrett was saying. I think it deserves some further discussion. You know, I would want them to explore all funding options, right? So I have no problem with them exploring local option sales tax, but you know, maybe there's also a hospital tax, maybe there's also a jail tax, maybe, but I like the idea of the local option sales tax, because then it doesn't necessarily mean we have to raise the millage rate, right? And so it certainly makes sense to look at the local option sales tax. I would just like to see a more comprehensive look, right? Hey, what are the top 10 revenue sources that we could look at? So I don't know if it necessarily needs to be held, or if maybe Commissioner Ellis might accept a friendly amendment to have the team look at all available funding options. Sounds like he's willing to accept an amendment to all funding options, but maybe it's just better to have further discussion. I'm supportive either way. I'll leave it there. We are going to need some money, and I don't care where it comes from.
All right, Commissioner Hall.
I agree, Commissioner Arrington. Glad you went before me so I don't have to reiterate. But we do need a plan, and it does need to be inclusive. I do like allowing the taxpayers to vote and decide on what they want their taxpayers' dollars used for, but it does need to be all-inclusive. Commissioner Ellis did accept that. I was going to ask him the same thing, but you did it first. But we should also be looking at the fact that we're the largest county in the state of Georgia. And we should have a county hospital like the other counties that are the largest counties in other places in the United States who are addressing the same issues, but they have more direct input and authority to do so because they have a county-run health system. But unfortunately, we gave that up when we handed the Board of Health over to the state. So we are in the situation that we're in, and now we need to decide on a plan of action. And one thing that I have seen over the past 12 years now, 6 years with Commissioner Garner, and now the 6 years on this board, is that it does happen a little better and faster, and when we put it in a resolution and we show that we're all in support of asking our county manager or county attorney to create a plan and do something. It just kind of gives it more validity, more support in the process and on paper. So, because I've seen where we have asked them to do things just on the fly during the meetings and it never happened, but every time we do a resolution and specify what needs to happen, it is addressed in the appropriate manner and fashion because they have it in writing and in detail and they see the support of the board. So I understand why you would bring it forward like this.
Vice Chair Ellis, you have the floor.
Yeah, just to be brief, I do accept the amendment that was offered, and I do share Commissioner Hall's sentiment that, this is an attempt to convey, our sense of urgency around the topic. I mean, it's in our support for moving this forward, and that we're not up here just to talk. We're up here to see how we can best move this forward in the most expeditious and efficient fashion as possible.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Call the question.
All right. Motion on the floor is to call the question. Is there a second? All right, I'll second. Let's vote on the call and the question. No, motion now to call the questions on the floor. Good morning, Madam Clerk.
Did you press?
No, he didn't.
Okay.
Hold it. Let me, y'all, just a minute now. Just a minute. Just a minute. Let me preside. Motion on the floor is to call the question.
And the vote is open to call the question. And the motion passes unanimously.
Now, the motion on the floor is to hold. Let's vote. Madam Clerk.
And the motion to hold passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item. Next
On
item.
page 12, Commissioners' full board appointments, 230254, Hospital Authority of Fulton County. The Board of Trustees of the Hospital Authority of Fulton County submitted the following slate of names.
All right, I'm gonna move it. We hold this. A lot of unanswered questions. This is a cart before the horse. We're to submit names to them, plus there are some other issues. We've been looking at the minutes, have no minutes over the last 10 years on this organization. So my motion would be to hold here.
My motion is to approve.
All right. Yeah.
I mean, this is go ahead, floor.
Just a minute.
I'll let you finish.
Well, let me, go ahead. You can speak, Vice Chair.
No, finish your statement.
All right. This organization, first of all, in the first place, we've been trying to find minutes from this organization since I don't know when. The last time we've seen any minutes from this organization is probably 10 years ago. Number one. Number two, the appointments from for this authority should generate with us. We're to submit names. They've been submitting names to us. So we need to take time to look at what this entity does. It's very timely now because we're talking about hospitals and hospital authorities. We can work this out and have this ready to go at our next meeting, but we do need to follow our policies and procedures. So my motion is to hold. Commissioner Vice Chair Ellis.
Well, my motion is to approve. We've had, this process run for, my motion is to approve. So substitute motion to approve. I don't know how you put that in there. You want to open that up? You got that in there?
Yes, the motion is to approve. We just need a second.
Okay. So, Commissioners, this is a process that we have had in place since I've been up here for the past 8 years. This authority receives no funding from us. This is the process that they go through. They submit a slate. We approve the names. They select the individual. We have no governance, kind of role with them. This is something that's sort of been in statute for a number of years. And Chairman Pitts, I know in fact that you only asked for minutes from them yesterday or 2 days ago. So the notion that we've been seeking that out for the past 10 years, that's inaccurate. They do have an opening. They would like for us to move in terms of approving the slate to allow them to move forward so they could operate with a full board. I think we're mixing metaphors in terms of this particular issue to hold up their slate. It serves no purpose whatsoever.
Commissioner Hall?
I'm completely thrown off. So who submitted the list?
They did.
It's their,
We're supposed to submit a list to them.
that's not correct.
Oh, okay.
That's not correct, that we are supposed to submit a list to them. That's not historically how it's been done, and that has been the practice. You can go back, that they submit their slate, and we approve the slate.
Well, I do have the floor,
You do have the floor.
and I'm going to defer to the county attorney on this then because of the back and forth, and I'm not absolutely sure. Madam County Attorney, can you confirm how this is supposed to function?
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. The process is that the Board of Commissioners submits a slate of 3 names to the North Side, to the board, to the hospital board, and then they select from among those 3 names. If they don't choose to select from the first slate of 3, then they will notify the Board of Commissioners as such, and then the Board of Commissioners will submit another slate of 3 from which they shall select.
So has the Board of Commissioners submitted a slate of names? I never saw that happen.
That's right here.
What?
I would construe this action as the submittal if that is what the board decides to do.
Okay, well, I'm hearing we have, and that's what this is. So if I know I had, were we all supposed to participate in the names, the list of names? How does that work?
The process is not set forth in that level of detail, but if you were to approve this slate, then that would become your submittal to the hospital authority.
Oh, well, I don't even know any of these people, so I can't just go along with that. I don't even know who these people are. So I'm not submitting anything because I have no idea anything about them. I haven't seen a bio or anything.
All right, Commissioner
Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. It's 1 o'clock, guys.
Chairman, I'll make it quick. I just want to openly let Commissioner Thorne know I don't have a problem with this, but because I do have some questions about the process. Because I know, having been here 3 years, the process has been used for my benefit and also against my benefit. So personally, for me, I would feel better just to hold this to make sure that we are doing it, one, correctly. And even though I do know one of the physicians on the list, I would like just a little bit more time to find out about the others. So I don't have a problem supporting it, but I would ask that it be held because it is a little gray area around my understanding, not only County Attorney, of what you're saying, but what's being presented with the Vice Chair and the Chairman. And so as someone that wants to make the right decision, if we could please hold this, if it's not time sensitive, I would like to hold this and come back to it.
All right, Commissioner Ellis, you want to be heard again, Vice Chair?
No, does have a time sensitivity to it. You know, these names were submitted by me, the slate submitted by me, so it is properly in order. Commissioner Morris has, you know, run through the same process in the past. This is no different, and I would hope we could approve it.
All right, Commissioner Thorne, you still want to be heard?
Yeah, I just wanted to know if it was time sensitive, which it isn't, so it'd be okay to hold it if we need be, but I did see the emails back and forth with approving this slate, and that Commissioner Ellis did respond. I think it was from the lawyer with Northside, Christy North, that proposed the slate, but I didn't understand it being a new commissioner, so if it's not time urgent, I'm good with holding.
Well, I do want to emphasize that it is time.
Mr. Commissioner, hold on, Vice Chair.
Yeah.
Commissioner Barrett?
Yeah, I just want to weigh in that I received a call from, I guess it was a gentleman, but I'm not sure exactly what it was. I think he's an attorney for Northside. And this was the slate that they delivered to us and asked for us to put forward to the board. So just to be clear, I understand that Vice Chair Ellis chose to do that, but those were the three names that were given to us.
Vice Chair?
Well, I do want to emphasize it is, in their mind, time sensitive. They have a vacancy, I believe, which was a result of due to death, I believe, or movement out of the county. And they have a board meeting coming up, and they want to have a full slate of board members so they can have their board meeting. So it is time sensitive.
Commissioner Abdul Rahman, you still want to be heard? We don't even know what they do. All right. Commissioner Ellis, Vice Chair Ellis has made a motion to approve this slate. Is there a second? Is there a second? Vice Chair Ellis has made a motion to approve this slate. Is there a second to his motion? Is there a second?
There's a second.
Did you second? All right, Commissioner, it's before us to approve, and I would hope that we would not approve, we would hold. Let's vote on the Ellis motion to approve.
And the vote is open on the motion to approve. And the motion fails. 2 yeas, 3 nays, 1 abstention.
All right, motion is to hold. Is there a second? All right, properly moved and second. Let's vote on the motion to hold, please. Madam Chair?
Put it in.
What are we doing?
To put your motion in. Okay. And the motion to hold is on the floor. Vote is open. And the motion passes. 4 yeas, 1 abstention.
Next item.
230255, Invest Atlanta. Chairman Pitts has nominated Commissioner Dana Barrett for reappointment as Fulton County's appointee to the Atlanta Development Authority, doing business as Invest Atlanta.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes. 6 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, it's 1:04. Entertain a motion to recess for lunch and executive session, issues of real estate, personnel, and what's the other one? Legal. Litigation, yeah. Madam Clerk?
And the vote is open. And the motion passes. 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Recording stopped.
Madam County Attorney, you ready? Madam Clerk, where are you?
Recording in progress.
Madam Clerk, let's roll. Just that all we have is an executive session, everything else is done.
It has the same effect if you just don't do anything. Thank you.
You ready?
I'm asking you why you're back there.
All right. All right, colleagues, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Items from executive session. Madam Clerk, Madam Strike that. County Attorney.
Thank you, Chairman Pitts. First item is there a motion to authorize participation in and execution of a memorandum of understanding, allocating funds by the chairman of the board in the national opioid suit against Teva, Allergan, Walmart, Walgreens, and CVS?
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Vice Chair Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the requests for representation set forth in items number 2 and 4 of the executive session agenda?
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne. It is seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to deny the request for representation set forth in item number 5 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Vice Chair Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the amended settlement authority as set forth in item number 7 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the settlement in the matter of DeMarcus Harris versus Sheriff Theodore Jackson, Anthony Richardson, Tamika Cherry, and Tina Taylor in the amount of $100,000 as set forth in item number 8 of the executive session agenda?
A favorable motion by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Vice Chair Ellis. Please vote.
Vote is open. The motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to authorize the chairman or the county manager to execute the purchase and sale agreement and other necessary documents to effectuate transfer of the West End Arts Center to the City of Atlanta for $1 and for continued use for public purpose?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to authorize negotiation to exchange property under the terms and as identified in item number 11 of the executive session agenda as a like-kind exchange?
Favorable motion by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. Motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to authorize negotiation for the purchase of certain property under the terms discussed in item number 12 of the executive session agenda?
Again, favorable motion by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
No further action items from executive session.
All right, any other matters to come before us? Madam Clerk?
No further items.
All right, no further items to come before us. We are adjourned. 15 minutes on, what floor is that? Fourth floor? Second? Where is it? Third floor.